Welcome back, guys, to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are back in the Unreal Engine 5.5.4. Welcome. I'm not going to do the short intro I normally do where I explain what the game's about. Those of you that have watched the stream will be very familiar with the whole game. So the last stream earlier today, I think I did about 5.5 hours. I sorted out the nav mesh. So we've basically got these four areas, and these four areas are basically where the robot will patrol to. So there's four robots at the moment. We have we've got two robots. If I just orientate it this way, we've got one robot right over here. What I'm going to do, I'm actually just going to move them just here. Do 0 on there. Right, so yeah, we've got the robot there. And then, if we just move that across actually. There we go. So you've got one robot in the maintenance, that's a humanoid form. And then up here, we have another robot. So both of these robots, they will stay within their area. They will pursue the player up to their colour boundaries. So, as you can see, this robot's confined to the orangey looking area. Atrium is all the blue, offices is the yellow, and then the green is science. So what we need to do is we just need to basically duplicate enemy character A and B. So what this is going to involve doing is just copy and pasting the character and the tasks. Now you may be wondering, why are you doing that? Why don't you just duplicate why don't I just copy one of these and move it over? That's not how it works. If I show you the AI tree, behavior tree, sorry, you'll see in here we have these tasks. So you've got like robot A, find random patrol, and if I bring that up, you'll see in here we're casting to this enemy. So if I was to just duplicate that, it will be kind of casting it to the other enemy. And not only that, the behavior tree is set for querying the specific nav mesh. Sorry, nav mesh modifier volume, or the query filter, and the nav mesh modifier is part of that query. So this is why we need to basically just copy this 2 more times. So, and then what we'll be able to do is we'll have one robot for each sector, and then we can move on to getting the main menu sorted out. So I'm quite excited. I hope you guys are. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close all of those. We're going to just save all, not that I've made any changes. And we're going to make a new folder. And I'm going to call this Robot C. So basically, Robot A has the humanoid. Maintenance has the humanoid form robot, and this one has the kind of maintenance bot, if you like. So with this one here, with Sector C, I was going to have this one as the humanoid. So basically, they're symmetrical. Humanoid, and also, you know, if you're hopping between sectors, you don't want to hop from there, see a humanoid and then another humanoid. It's nice to have it humanoid maintenance, so it's just, it feels different and not repetitive. So we're going to copy character A. So I'm going to go into here and we're going to select all, and then we're going to copy it. And then we're going to go into Robot C and we're going to paste. And then we're going to rename this to character C. Rename the blackboard to character C, enemy C, enemy C. Do the same for these as well. So we're just renaming all of these first. Hold on. Oh, yeah. And then once we've renamed them, we're going to go in and set them all up. Hopefully this shouldn't take too long, and we can see when I'm wrapped up, I'll be able to look at the stream duration and figure out how long it's taken me to just replicate these. And then technically I should be able to test the whole game as well from start to finish. Almost done, guys. Okay, that's all of the behavior tree task renamed. We're going to rename this to enemy C controller. And then if we just go on the blackboard, all of this is exactly the same. So if I now open up this behavior tree, we're going to choose the blackboard asset C. So enemy behavior tree C, enemy blackboard C, and now I can click between the two. Okay, so we've sorted out the blackboard. Well, we've not sorted out the blackboard yet. What I need to do is now go into the blueprint. So under here, yeah, it's got the update walk speed. So there isn't anything in the event graph. What I need to do is just check it's got the tag robot. Okay, so we need to go on here and type pawn and change the AI controller class to enemy C. Ooh, can't spell. Enemy C controller. So character C, enemy character C, AI controller class C. Compile, save. And that should be it for that one. Just check again because I've got bloody, what's it called? OCD. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's all in there. Right, so that's that done, the blackboard. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into each individual task here and we're going to change it so it marries up correctly with enemy character C reference. Okay? And then lastly, we'll do the controller and the behavior tree. Shouldn't take too long, guys. So we're going to go on to the chase creature. And basically, we're just going to do a cast enemy C. And we're going to do the update walk speed. And we copy this variable, and you can see it's instance editable 500. So instance editable 500. Okay, so it's now correct for behavior tree task robot C, enemy character C. Chase speed, instance editable 500. Compile, save. Right, that's that first task done. When I go do the player, Same again. Instance editable, chase speed 500. Chase speed, instance editable 500, character C, robot C, save, close. Feel free to drop a comment, guys, don't be shy. Okay, so for the robot C damage player, all we're doing in here is we're casting to first person character and triggering the receive damage. Compile and save. Check there isn't anything in there. No. Next one is destroy creature. So we need to change that from enemy A controller. So if I just copy that, let me just check quickly because I've just enemy B, yeah, destroy creature, enemy B controller. So this is enemy C controller, destroy creature. So we're going to delete that and replace it with that. Compile and save. Have a drink of the coffee. Enemy C, so robot C, enemy C. Enemy C, that one. So now we're in this one. Okay. So this is robot C, find random container. So we're just going to go through the code. Okay, so you see here on there, if I just put that there, just because I'm paranoid. Yeah, query filter B, lovely. Okay, so we're on find random container at the moment. We've done the destroy. So robot C, find random container, which is that one, and that's that one. Okay, so we're doing a loop. And this needs to be changed from query filter A to query filter C, because this is the robot C. So query filter C, do that, and then we just check this bottom area. Okay, so that's going up to the controlled pawn. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a enemy C, cost enemy C, update walk speed. And that should be 125. So it's 125, instance editable, called movement speed. So what we're going to do is just going to delete that out. Boom. Boom. Compile, promote. That's 125. Okay. Cast to enemy C. Update the walk speed. Compile, save. Find random container. Find random container. So now we're going to close that. Enemy C, enemy character C, enemy character C. And we've done that to C. I'm just going to quickly check something. No, all good. Alright, so we've just done this one. C, character C. So let's find random container. Now we're going to do the find random patrol. Okay, so in here, you see it's query filter A. We're going to choose query filter C. Query filter C. And then what we need to do is just replace this. So patrol speed is 125. So what I'm going to do, we're going to drag off here and we're going to do a enemy C. And we're going to update walk speed. Oh, bastard. And then off the cast failed, we're going to do that. So the cast failed goes into that. That needs to be promoted to patrol speed. So patrol speed instance editable 125. So I'm going to delete those. 125. Delete the patrol speed. Patrol speed. And then we're going to promote that. Do that. Instance editable compile 125. Cast failed goes into that. That goes into that. That goes into that. Bring it down. And Bob's your uncle. So cast to enemy C. I'll take the walk speed, patrol speed. I'll save. So the filter is C. Enemy C, enemy C. Right, that one's done. So let's find random patrol. And then we go on to set creature. Oh my god. Okay. Right, so all we need to do on this one is basically copy that, change it to enemy C, can't spell tonight, enemy C controller, and then get target creature, sorry, oh my god, back to front, get creature target, and then all that does is just gets plugged into those. There's nothing else that needs to get done. No, because all of this is relevant for setting the enemy yeah. This is related to the creatures themselves. So I literally just drop this down, plug in the output into the inputs of those. So we're gonna delete that, plug that in there, and then bloop, 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 and bloop. Okay, so enemy C controller creature target, boom, 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 shake, shake the room, compile, save, so set the creature, and then we've got set immunity. So we're gonna copy that. This is gonna be a C controller. There we go. And then we're going to do the damage immunity. And then just drop that in there. Okay, compile, save. Immunity, and then we've got enemy C controller. So all we need to do now is these two. So I'm gonna go into enemy C controller, and we're just basically gonna check all of the code and make sure that we update any references, remove them, and replace them with the correct thing. So up here, run behavior tree. If I open up robot A, you see at the very top robot A, enemy A behavior tree. So we close that, and if I open up robot B, that should say at the top enemy B. So we need to change this to be BT enemy C. Compile, save, and then we'll just go through the code. Spawn manager, first person character, that's fine. Get player ref, get radar target. Spawn manager ref, do that, destroy actor, set the player ref. Okay, so none of that has a robot reference. Okay. Oh wow, there's actually not that much on here. Damage immunity. Right. Creature, player. Okay, we didn't actually need to change anything on that other than the very top section. That's fantastic. Close that. And the last thing... I wasn't the right one there, wasn't I? Because I'm hopping between. Let me see. Right, lastly is the behaviour tree itself. So this is enemy C. Okay, so we don't need to change the animation because it's the exact same skeletal mesh, and it will use that animation. Okay, so I'm going to leave that. The find random patrol. I wonder if you can replace. I don't think it'll let us. So if we just drag off of here, and this is going to be Robot C. Robot C. Find random patrol. And then what I'll do, whilst we've got it side by side, we'll just copy that, paste that in there. Patrol location needs to be patrol location. So find random patrol. Robot A is Robot C. Patrol speed 125. Radius 1000. Patrol location. Patrol location. Right, so we can delete that. And then this should become 36. Yep, lovely. And then on the move to, we need to choose filter C. Wait, why is the D? Why has the D got an empty circle? That's a little bit worrying. Interesting. I wonder why that had a different symbol. Did you notice that, guys? Oh, now it's got it. What the fuck? What the fuck? That was empty a minute ago. That didn't have the symbol. What is going on? Don't make me panic like that. So query filter C. So it has the same animation. We've got the robot C behavior tree task. And the patrol location is set to query filter C. Play that animation and wait, that's all good. Next one, animation, we leave it. We leave the rotate to face player. So we're going to get the robot C chase player. So we've got robot A chase player and robot C chase player. Robot A, robot C. So we're just going to copy that. There we go. And then we just delete that. Move that there, that becomes 27. Lovely. And then on here, we choose filter C. And then we check down here, and you can see here, we need to replace that with robot C damage player. So robot A damage player, robot C damage player. Move that across, it becomes 30. Play the animation, that's correct. And then robot C set immunity. Robot C set immunity. Copy that description. And then it needs to be damaged player. Damage player, damage player, damage player, damage player. Immunity is A and C. So this is going to become 32. Okay, so that's that column of logic done. Next one. Play the animation, face the creature. So we need to get robot C, chase creature. Copy that. Paste that there. That's all we need to do for that. Delete that. This becomes 15. And then move to needs to go by query filter C. Play the animation and then robot C set creature captured. Copy that. Paste that. And it needs to be has creature, has creature. So has creature, has creature, has creature, has creature, robot A, robot C. Delete that. This becomes 19. Lovely. Save. And then the last section, leave the animation. We need to, oh, let me just, patrol location, patrol location. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so this is going to be robot C find random container. We're going to copy that description, paste that there. And target container is target container. And then target location is target location. And movement speed, so A and C, target container, target location, target location, target location. Movement speed 125. Okay. And then over here, this is going to be query filter C. So query filter C. Reach target container, play the animation, and then we're going to do the robot C destroy creature. Robot C destroy creature. Copy that text, paste that there, get rid of that. Boom. Okay, so that is the behaviour tree all done. So I believe that's now going to work. So if we plonk robot C, if we just drop him in there, interesting. Why is he facing that way? I wonder why I rotated them. I wonder why. Okay, so now what we can do is we can test this. Oh, hold on. Got to test this full screen. So now, if I get his aggro, he will not come out of this room. He won't be able to come and get us. But if we grab him over here and just go down here, he can't come in this area. Remember this section here. So we can now test the other way. He won't be able to come out this door because he's confined to that area. But remember, we've got a robot in here as well. So even if we manage to run away from this one, you're still potentially going to have this robot come out. And this robot can patrol that area, all this corridor, and into here. So we now have we've got that robot. Oh shit, 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 shit. So he can't get you. Oh, he's done it again. He's got himself fucking stuck. I think I know what it is. I think it's the velocity, because it's he's running. It's like a velocity. So when he comes to that, I had that earlier. So basically, because he's sped after us, he's got himself stuck. So if I stand here. Yeah, he's basically come off of his floor. So, because he's on a different floor, he can't move. I guess a way of stopping that is, it's almost like if he's like, if you think about it, if he's moving really fast, and then we've come out of the area, he's then got all this velocity, this momentum that's pushing him over, when what we should do is set the velocity, but that's a little bit tricky. So that's a little bug fix in itself. I'll put it on the list. So that is robot type B. Chose player over boundary, gets stuck. Set velocity 0 if lose player. I think that's the solution. So we'll just check. We're just going to test robots C, or enemy C. Let's go test them one more time. So come out of here and we go over here. Oh, that works so fucking well, guys. I'm sorry for swearing, but I'm so happy with it. I think this is going to be a nice challenge for players. I really do. Having four robots in each sector, it really is going to make this quite fun. I mean, I feel nervous going into the areas now, but the fact that I know that I can just hop out, but then nowhere is safe other than the center of the map, because those robots can roam. These opposite symmetrical areas, the atrium and the science lab, those robots are fast. So if you run out of a room from here or over there, yeah, you might escape them. That's a slower robot. But you're a little bit more at risk here, because if the speed bot catches you, he's like 200 or 250 units faster than the humanoid. So, yeah, you want to be careful. Oh, this feels so freaking amazing. I'm so happy with this, guys. What I need to do is play this game with headphones on so you can actually... I can get a feel for if the sound effects are just the right volume. Yeah. Okay, cool. So, just going to test him a couple more times. It's got me. Come out of there. Oh, fuck. See what I mean? Got to be so careful, guys. Look, see, I'm getting chased here. I'll come out here. I'll run out here, and then this dude's gonna get me. This is really gonna be a lot of fun. I'll tell you, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Okay. Right, we have got 3 robots in the game. The last robot now, guys. We're going to put him dead center in the atrium. The atrium is my favourite room in this game. I haven't got that many other things to do on this, guys. I did want to try... I don't know if I want to reduce the perception. I've got it on my list to reduce the perception on the robots, but... I don't think I need to. Like, I think it's good. Like, they're at the default value. And if you play it really stealthy, you can avoid detection. If you take your time, the patrol speed of the robots is 125 centimeters. So, if you time things right, if you time the looting of containers right, you'll be able to, you know, get your creature whilst the robot's not looking, and then do your timings to get away from the robot. So, oh, what I should test actually is getting a creature. Oh, let me just get a creature. Nowhere is safe. Okay, I'm going to go around the back. And we're just going to test that this one can get a creature. Oh, he's gone for the creature. Oh my god, that is so freaking awesome. Oh my god, I feel a little bit sad. I know there's a couple more things to do. I almost feel a little bit sad that I've almost finished it, because I've really enjoyed this project. I know there's still a couple of bits to do, like I want to do a visual effects for the creature escaping in a portal. Gelatino when he morphs in and out of shape. We need to do the light thing for the player. And I just wanted to rework the the UI the UI looting thing. But yeah, I mean, I've basically finished it. Right, so save all. So we're gonna do the last robot now, guys. So I'm going to new folder, robot D. We're going to Control A and copy. Go to robot C, D, sorry. Paste. And then we're going to rename all of these. So this is going to be D. 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 D, 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 okay, D, 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 D. Okay, so in here, blackboard, we don't need to do anything. On the character, believe the only thing we need to do is go on pawn and choose the class to be enemy D controller. So this is character D, enemy D controller. Compile and save. I think that was... Oh, hold on. Why have I copied that one? I needed robot B. Okay. So, enemy D. So this is enemy D. AI controller class enemy D. Compile, save. Nothing on the event graph. Okay. And then we go on the behaviour tree and we need to choose enemy D blackboard, save. And if I close that and reopen it, we can now go on to the blackboard for enemy D. Okay. So that's that section done. So I've got the blackboard, so we'll work our way through this again, and then the last thing we'll do is make sure that the tasks on the behaviour tree are the new ones that we're just updating, guys. So we'll start off with robot D, chase the player, or chase creature, sorry. So we're going to go enemy D, and it's going to be update walk speed. And call that chase speed, so that's 500. Hold on. No. No, that's not right. It's 750. 750. It's because I copied the humanoid one. So 750. So we'll copy that. We'll delete that. $750. Goes in there, cost file goes in there, that goes in there. Compile, save. So enemy, so robot D, enemy D, update the walk speed, chase speed, instance editable 750. So that is chase creature 750. And then chase player. So we're in chase player at the moment. So same again. Enemy D. Yeah. Update walk speed. And then we're going to copy that. It's going to be 750. Okay. So this is damage player. So that's all the same. Okay, so copy that. This is enemy D. So robot D, destroy creature, enemy controller D. Yep. Find random container. Okay, so in here, this needs to be filter D. Nothing gets done on that bit. And then filter D. Okay. And then we're gonna walk. Oh, what is up with my fingers tonight? They're slipping all over the place. Jesus. Right, so we're gonna copy that one. So that is gonna be 125 instance editable. So enemy character D, so robot D, enemy D, D, instance editable, compile, save. So that's random container. So now we go into random patrol. We need to change this to filter D. I was really worried how complicated this confining the robots to certain areas would be, but the official Unreal documentation is really short for this, and yeah, I'm just surprised how easy it was. So BP query filter D. Pre-filled D, D, right. Nothing there. So all I need to do is basically this bit. Instance editable 1 to 5. 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 Oh. Instance editable 125. Instance editable. Instance editable 125. Instance editable 125. Okay, so this is robot D. We've got enemy D. Cast fail, do that. Got that. Excellente. So that's find random patrol. Set creature. Okay, if I remember, it was just this bit I needed to do. Yeah. So we'll copy and paste that. Copy and pasta, as they say. Enemy D controller, and we're gonna get creature target. We're gonna delete that, plug it in, plug, not a butt plug, just a normal plug. Compile, save. So enemy D controller. Set creature captured. Set immunity. Enemy D controller. Okay, so robot D has been set, so B2T robot D set immunity. And then on the controller itself, this needs to be enemy D. Enemy D. And then if we just check again, I think that was the only change we had to make on the controller. Okay. The very last thing should be this. Okay. What I should do actually is if I open up Robot B's behavior tree, I'm going to have this on my other monitor, guys, because I've already done this, but this is a different one. Let me just sort the music out. Okay. Right. So we're on enemy D. So what I've done is I've dragged across the enemy B behavior tree to my second monitor. So this one, because it's an unanimated, it's not a rigged model, it doesn't have that or that. So we're just going to move these up. So this is going to be Robot D. Robot D, find random patrol. We can copy that. Paste that there. So patrol location needs to be patrol location. 125,000. And then the move to needs to be filter D. Okay, so filter D. Delete that. So 35, 36, yeah. That's that bit done. And we go to the next section. So there's no animation, but we do have this. No animation there. Bring that up. 27, 28, 29, 32. Okay, so rotate to face the enemy actor. This is going to be Robot D, chase player. And then the move to needs to be filter D. Filter D. So this is Robot D, damage player. BP query filter D. Filter D. Sorry, I've got this OCD of like double checking everything. It's really annoying. Deal damage to player, so Robot D, we'll move that across there. And then after this, we're going to have a delay, so a wait of 2.5 seconds, which allows the animation to play out. Matches up with the blueprint code. And then we're going to set player immunity. Okay, so damage player, Robot D. Get rid of that, move that over there. So we should have 28, 29, 30, 31. Okay. 29, 30, 31. Yeah, that's looking good. Yep, right. We'll do a glance over, just check after we've made these changes. So this is the chase creature one now. So there is no animation there or there. We can move these up. So we can leave that there. This is going to be Robot D, chase creature. So get rid of that, put that there. The move to needs to be filter D. And then this is Robot D, set creature captured. Copy that, and then has creature. Has creature, has creature, has creature, has creature. Robot D. Okay. So D and D, and then we go to the left, so no animation, move those up. Okay, so this is going to be Robot D, find random container. Robot D, find random container. We're going to copy that, paste that there. Target container needs to be target container. Target location needs to be target location. Same movement speed. Robot D. Target container, target container, target location, movement speed 125. Put that in there. The move to needs to be filter D. And then on here, Robot D, destroy creature. So you've got destroy creature, Robot C, Robot D. Okay. So we're going to save the blackboard. Now we're just going to do a double check. We're going to just go through each one. Robot D, filter D, wait. Filter D, Robot D, damage player. Next one. Robot D, filter D, find random container, that's D, and then filter D. Okay, it looks like that's all in there, so I can close that behaviour tree now. And then I believe we can drop our character in there. Let's go! In you go, mate. Right in the middle, please. I would say he's dead center. Yep. Okay, guys. I think that's it. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck! Oh, man. God damn. Holy shit, dude. Oh, it's 4 robots. Oh my god, nowhere is safe now. It's actually quite scary. I'm going to try and get a creature out. Oh, fuck. Run, Gakanda! Run! Run! Oh, no! Oh, man. This is going to be fun. This is going to be quite challenging. The whole game we've tested during development. It's actually got my heart racing, guys. Where is this robot? Oh, he's over there. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I really love that rotating spin blade attack. I think that's so freaking cool. Right, guys. We have officially finished. We've officially finished the robots. So I'm really happy with that. Let me just have a look. So what do we need to do now? Right, so the title of the stream was UI and the enemy behaviour trees. So all 4 robots are now confined to their areas. Actually, what I just want to quickly test the atrium one. I want to bring him out. Just quickly. I don't want to get close to him because he's really fast. Oh my god. This is a lot of fun. 4 robots to avoid. I'm really impressed. I think I've outdone myself here. I'm really impressed with this. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of a sore forearm. Right. What we need to do then is the menus. I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll get the core functionality done tonight, because what I wanted to do with the menu was I wanted to go in Photoshop just to create the buttons, because with the licensing on the Adobe fonts, you're not allowed to import the font into the engine and then use it in that way, but you're allowed to create the create the text or something inside Photoshop, save it as an image, and then use it that way. So I'm just going to do that. I will get the functionality in, we'll get the placement in, and then what we'll do is we'll have the I'll probably create the buttons off stream, and then on the next stream I'll swap them out. So what I'm going to do is I am just going to turn the B right back on, because what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to have to open a project that I've done before. Bear with me 1 second, guys. Plague Vaders. Oh, brilliant. I've already got it up. Okay, so I'm going to open Plague Vaders. So Plague Vaders was my first year group project. Alright, it's just loading up. So replicating the code and functionality and everything, it can take, I think when I've done it before it's taken 4 hours. I feel like I've got the energy to go for 4 hours. I'll see how we do on time. I am still here, guys. I'm just opening the project. Bear with me. Okay. Right, I'm going to come back in, guys. So this is my group project. So this is the game that we've been streaming, or streaming the development of. So in here we just have an empty main menu. Okay, so in the level blueprint, we're setting the UI mode. And there's actually nothing in there at all. So we're setting the UI mode, we're drawing the main menu to screen, we're spawning the music. Okay, so I'll just add that to the list. Get music from main menu. And then this is basically checking about the save game. So where we've got the audio settings, music and sound. Top-down game mode. Top-down game mode. Okay, well we shouldn't need that because we're not going to be drawing the HUD to screen. The HUD shouldn't be getting drawn to screen. So that's fine. Okay, so... Right. Main menu. Okay. Alright, so as you can see, there's quite a lot of stuff. So we're basically going to have new game, controls. I don't think I was going to do a manual. I was just going to have I think I was going to have new game, play la-di-da-di-da. If we go to the graph, holy fuck. Oh my god. Dummy scores. Oh my god, dude. Right, all of this stuff is to do with the applies. Okay. Alright, there's quite a bit here. Fuck me. Fucking hell. Right, let's go to our character. Right, bear in mind guys, this is my first year project, so what we're looking for is the bit where it has the save, where it loads and sets the settings. I mean, that should be getting done, yeah, in here. What does this one do? Shows the manual. Sorry, I'm just recapping, guys. Save settings, save to slot. BP save settings. Save high scores, save settings. That's what we wanted. To save those ones. And then on here, graphics. Okay. Should be load settings. Get game settings, load settings. Does save game exist? If yes, load them. If not, okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, so what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to move this project over to my second monitor. I've got 3 monitors set up, so... Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into our level. I'm going to give that a colour. It's too close to the other one. And we're going to call this main menu. Save. Save all. Right, so we're gonna open it. So we can hop between the two now. Okay, so we've got the main menu. So let's play the game. Right, we're getting the widget drawn to screen there. So we need to basically so at the moment, when we press play on main menu, we've got the HUD. So press play, we've got the HUD. If I plug that in, new visibility off. Okay, instead of having that there, press play, we get that. If I did something, get level, get current level name. So if it's main menu, if that is true, so if the main menu is currently open, if it's the main menu, we don't draw it. So now if I play, there we go. The HUD's not getting drawn. Okay. So what I'm hoping is when we add in the button to play the game, what I'm expecting to happen is that will hopefully get loaded in, because it's going from one level to another. So even though technically even though the game's technically started, I'm hoping that loading level that will update. So we'll see. I'll leave that tab open. So main menu, press play, boom. So if I was to now go to Space Station and press play, we've got the thing there. Okay. So we're going to go back to the main menu. And I'm going to need to open up menu, main menu, widget. Oh, I do already have it open, sorry. Okay. Right, so I'm going to need to create a widget for the main menu. So like I say, I'm going to get it all functional And then as for the actual art on the buttons, I will do that in Photoshop off stream. I don't want to stream that. It can be a little bit, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's the most exciting. So we're going to go into UI and we're going to do... We'll just do a folder called main menu. And then we're going to create a widget blueprint. We'll call this user widget. It's going to be WBP main menu. Okay, we'll open this up. Really annoying that it does that. It just goes full screen. Oh, hey Pumpkin Pie, welcome to the stream. What's happening? I am coding all the UI for my game. As you're a new viewer, I'll quickly show you. I'll just quickly show you the game. So it's basically a game set in space where you have to search an abandoned space station for creatures that are hiding from the robots, and you have to rescue them and return them to the center of the map. I've finished programming the core game. There's a couple of visual effects I need to make. Where is the robot? So basically you have to escort these creatures safely, avoiding the robots. And if you... it's going to be going on itch, dude. As soon as I've finished it, I'm posting it to itch. So I've got my link below. So you'll be able to play the game on itch. Okay, so the creatures move at a slower speed. So... Oh, come on, mate! Mush! Move, move, move! Okay, and then you bring them back here. Oh, no, 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 no! Ah, he's gonna get... He's gonna get him, he's gonna get him! Then he's going to take him to a container and put him back. So that's the idea. You have to do this 4 times, save the creatures. And there's 4 different areas. You've got like the atrium over here. This is my favourite area. I've made everything. Everything in this game I've modelled myself. The only assets that aren't mine are the sound effects and music. Everything you see is my work. I modelled everything in Blender. This is my favourite room. This is the atrium. You've got a massive coffee machine over there. So that's the game basically. It's really, really fun. I've got my boys to play it, and one of them was quite scared playing it. But yeah, I'm super happy with this. Right, so I just wanted to show you that because you're a new viewer. I just wanted to show you the game because what I'm doing now is the main menu, getting all the main menu programmed. So it's not the most exciting stuff to watch. So yeah, I just thought I'd show you. But yeah, the game will be going on itch. So if you did want to play it, thank you for following. Feel free to go to my... I've got a link below to my itch. I've already got, I think, 5 or 6 games on there. So this will be getting added to it probably in about a week's time. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to set up the main menu so we can get some functionality. Okay, so what I was thinking of doing was just getting like a nice screenshot of the game and just putting it like an exterior shot of the space station with the planet. So I was just thinking of having that just a static image, and then some nice the menu up the top left here. Whenever I do a new project, I always try and do something different with the menus. So we're going to compile save. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a box, vertical box. So we're going to drag the vertical box onto there, and we're going to call this, actually I don't need to give that a name. We're going to size the content, and what we're going to do is we're going to set the anchor of that to the top left. So whenever the screen's scaled and adjusted and whatnot, it will all stay in the top left. So with the alignment, oh, there's nothing in there just at the moment. So right, so we need to add the buttons. Oh, actually, I can give it. Okay. Right, so we're going to add a button. And now, bearing in mind that I am going to be creating the buttons. So at the moment we're putting on the text on there, but the button itself on the style, we're basically going to drop in an image there. So, but just for the functionality, we're just going to do this. So this is going to be new game. And you see nothing's there. So what we need to do, where's my, oh, open level blueprint. So what we need to do is we need an event begin play. So we're in the main menu at the moment. This is the blueprint for the main menu. So we're going to have a sequence. Oh Jesus, dude! I don't know. I mean, I'm studying computer game design at university. This is a university project. I'm in pretty much the end of my second year, and then I need to get like a placement year in industry, hopefully. But I've no idea. No idea. I don't have the money to do that. Right, so what we're going to do is we're going to set the input mode to UI only. We're going to get player controller. So this goes into there. And in mouse lock mode. Always lock the mouse cursor to the viewport. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to show mouse cursor. Oh, set. Hold on. So we're going to show the mouse cursor. Get the player controller, set UI mode only. Show the mouse cursor. Oh, that was interesting. Oh, I didn't plug it. What a numpty. There we go. We can see the mouse cursor. There we go. I hadn't plugged it in. What a numpty. Right, show the mouse cursor. Now what we want to do is create a widget. So create widget. And then this is going to be main menu. And then we're going to add to viewport. Okay. Compile, save. And there we have it. Right up the top, new game. So I don't really want the button all the way straight up there. I'm thinking I'll add a little bit of padding to that. So on the button, if I do 10 and 10, there we go. The button's now, I've got a tiny bit of gap around the button now, so it just looked a bit odd, completely stuck to the top left there. Okay. Right, so that is the first bit of code done for just drawing the thing to screen. What I'm going to do on the main menu, we're going to So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put that here. I'm going to unplug it and I'm going to do a comment and just say get music and update. So I will find a suitable track. Ugh, that's a very lurid colour. There we go. So that's a little reminder. So I need to get music. I've already got it on the job list. So we've just got that ready but not plugged in. Okay, the next step of this is to check if a save game exists. And that is... oh, to be fair, oh, we could do the next bit actually. So what I need to do is create a new folder called save data. I'm going to give that... I'm kind of going through the colours of the rainbow here. What colour shall we go for? I'll go for that. Okay, so we're going to create... What is going on? Don't freeze on me, Unreal. Oh. Right, blueprint class is going to be save. So this is save game. So we're going to click this. And we're going to call this BP save. I'm going to call it user settings. Okay, we're going to compile save. And then we're going to open this up. So this is going to have two variables in here, okay? So we're going to create the first one. It's going to be a float. And we're going to call this one audio music settings. Compile and save. So audio music settings 0. And then we're going to have another one. And this one is going to be called audio SFX settings. Okay. So see both of those, the default value on those is 0. Okay. Sorry, I am following this from my other project, guys, so I'm hopping between the other project on my other monitor to make sure I'm correctly redoing the code. So, right. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go into the third part of this sequence, and we're going to check, does the save game exist? And this is going to be called user settings. User settings. Okay. And then we're going to do an if. And we're going to say if user settings exists, if true, we're going to load game from slot. And the slot is going to be called user settings. If we just copy and paste, it's safer. Okay. And then once we've done that, we're going to cast to save. Huh? Oh, sorry. So in the other project I called it BP save settings, but in here it's called BP user settings, because it's not really even though it is utilizing the save game class, it's the user settings. So just having it, because this is what this is doing. We're basically if the player has already been through the menu, set up their sound effects and music volume, then we're basically checking if that exists. If it does, we're loading it in. So calling it user settings instead of save settings, I feel is much clearer. So, does save game exist? User settings. If true, load game from slot, user settings. So then we're casting to that, and then we're going to need a function here called set sound mix class override. Okay, and we're going to connect that to there, and we're going to go into the sound mix modifier for music in sound class music. I'm not going to have a fade in time, so 0 fade in time. And then from the user settings, we're going to get music settings. And then this will go into the volume. So whatever is in here, you see the 2 floats I made? It's setting that as that volume level. Okay. So if user settings does exist, load it. So we're going to set the sound mix class override for music. So sound class mix music, and then sound class music. Pitch 1, 0 fade in, apply to children. And then what we're going to do is we're going to push sound mix modifier, and that is SCM music. And then we're basically going to replicate the same. So we're going to copy these, put these here, and instead of it being music, it's now going to be sound effects. So we go SCM sound effects in sound class sound effects, in sound mixer, there we go. And then what we want to do is we want to get SFX settings, and we will plug that into the volume, and just move that there. And then what I'm going to do is just tidy up the spaghetti. Okay. Alright, so that is, looking at my other project, the code for the main menu. So on start, we're setting the UI mode, we're showing the main menu, we're playing the music, checking if the save game exists with user settings, and that's it for the main menu, as in the level blueprint for the main menu. Okay, so now we can go to our, I think I can close the BP user settings now. So we're going to go to the widget in here, get rid of all that nonsense. So what we want to do, if I rename this to I'm going to call it button new game. And then on clicked. So we click the on clicked, and then we're in the event graph. Okay, so when we click that new button, let me just check here. Okay. Oh, I need to bring in my sound effects. Oh, guys, let me just bring in my sound effects quickly. Sorry. Gelatino Morph. Okay, so I've got two sound effects. I have UI. Okay, so what we need to do is just save all. And then we're just going to make a sound cue for these guys. So this is button hover. So create cue, SQ, UI, button hover, save. This is going to go under sound effects, save. So class sound effects. That's button hover, and then we need a button click. So SQ UI button click. Open that up. Sound class sound effects. Okay. So UI button click. And then we need to move these cues into the cue folder. Okay. So now we can go back into here. So when we click new game, we are going to spawn sound 2D. So when we click, it needs to be UI button click. And then we remove the widget, so the main menu. And then we're going to open level by name. And the level is Space Station. And then we need to get player controller. I do quite enjoy doing UI. I like setting it up. Set input mode game only. And then we're gonna set show mouse cursor. And we basically turn it off. So now if we simulate and if I press that, oh, why did that not play? Horn sound. It's because the save data, it's set at 1. So if I just set that at 1. Let me just pause the stream music, guys. 1 sec. Yeah. Okay. So I think the reason why that's not playing is because at the moment yeah, it's basically 0, but there isn't a save settings, so the volume, no, that's only on the false. I'll leave that as 0. Go to the designer. There should be a on hover. On hovered. You hear that? So it is working. Just when we click it, persist across level transition. We want to hear that. That's why we didn't hear it. Sorry. Oh my god. Okay. Right, so that is the first bit done. The easiest, I would say. Why does that look different on my other monitor? I just copied that hex code. Why does that look yellow and on the other one it's orange? What's that about? Okay, so that is the main menu bit done. That's the first button done. Right, the next button. I mean, there's not many controls at all for the game. Let me just have a look here, guys. Bear with me. I'm not going to have crouch. I was going to have crouch, but the robots will still be able to see you even if you're crouching. Okay. What should I call this? How to play? Controls? I did just put that in there. New game, controls, settings, quit. You want to have a how to play as well. I think I'll just leave it as controls. We'll just leave it as controls. Okay. Right, so what we want to do, if you imagine in this canvas, sorry, I'll just have a sip of my coffee. In this canvas, there's going to be an image there. So if I have if I have the controls come up as a kind of image, I'll probably do this in Photoshop. Just an image showing the controls. We have it in the center. And then yeah, we'd have a button beneath it. Because I want to use, I can basically make all those buttons, I can make them, I can use the font that I've got in the engine where I've done the decals. So what I'm thinking just for the time being, if I... yeah, if we have another vertical box, and then if we call that controls, if I say that's a variable, there we go. So, children of that, if I was to render that invisible, it should make all of those other, yeah, it should toggle it on and off. Controls. Oh, I can't rename it. Okay, so when we click controls, we're going to want to anchor that to the middle. 0.5, 0.5. If I just drop an image in there. And if we just said, I don't know, why is that not? There we go. Size to content. Just because that's a little bit strong on the eyes. We'll call this controls image. So that's dead center of the screen. And then we're going to want a button beneath that. So that's placeholder. Like I say, I'll do this in Photoshop. I'll make something look nice. Okay. Controls box. Controls box. Okay. So that is going to be just the image that I'm going to create in Photoshop. That will show the controls. All it is WSAD, left shift, mouse, interact, and E and escape. There's not that many controls at all. So I'll just do it as a nice little image. So right, so what we need to do is on the buttons control close. Actually, if we go to buttons control, the controls box, okay, so controls box, right, so what you're going to see at the moment, if I press play, we're going to see this, right? So we've got the controls, but we don't want that to be visible on game start. So what we're going to do is we're going to say when the widget is constructed, we're going to say it's hidden, and there we go. So it's not there. What I'll do is I'll just bring this up here. So on game start, we're not showing oh, we can actually close that because yeah, look, main menu, no HUD. We click new game, we see the HUD. So I can close the HUD. Right. So now we need to add in a button for the controls. So when controls is clicked, on clicked, we're gonna play that sound. So we're going to play the sound that is being clicked, and then we're going to get the controls box. We're going to show that, and then we're going to get button for new game and the button for controls. And disable. Ah, there we go. So basically, when we click the buttons control, we're going to play the button click. We're going to show. So set the visibility, it needs to be visible. And then we're basically turning off the other two buttons so you can't click those whilst you've got the controls up. So if we just test that. There you go, do you see that? They've gone grey, so we can't do anything with those. Okay. So that's disabled. So then that's all that needs to happen for that. Show the controls box. Set those as not clickable. And then we did an on hovered. Right, now I know that technically the control button isn't part of this, but it's still related to the controls. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on that and we're going to add an on click to them. We're going to do that, and then set the visibility as hidden. And then then we need an on hovered. There we go. Oh, the how to play. The how to play bit, I was just going to have as... I wasn't going to do a manual, I was just going to have a how to play. Or instructions. Rescue 4 creatures, avoid the robots, search these containers. I guess we could just call it like guide instructions how to play. Okay. We don't need the controls box anymore. So I was going to do this as an image, probably about, let's do another vertical box. And call this I'm going to call it game guide. Oh, you numpty. Sorry, why have I done that there? There we go. That's a nice title, Game Guide. Okay. What is that? That's so diddy. Right, so, oh my god. Right, so we're going to drop a temporary image into there and just call this game guide image. And let's say again, I'll be making this in Photoshop. Tomorrow I'll create the what I'll do tomorrow is I'll create the art in Photoshop, just so it looks nice. This is just purely to, yeah, just show it working basically. So we're now going to have a button on the game guide box, and this is going to be called button game guide close. We need to give text. Okay. So that's game construct. That's new game. This is all to do with the controls. So this is going to be game guide. So if we play that, controls. Oh yeah, game guide. Right, game guide needs to also game guide button game guide. Okay. I need another coffee, guys. Let me just boil the kettle. Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Right, back to the designer. So we're going to add an option for this one. So button game guide on clicked. So when that's clicked, we're going to do that. And then we're going to set the visibility of the game guide box to visible. There we go. Alright, just going to make the coffee, guys. Bear with me. Lovely coffee. Okay. So now we need to copy that. Cool. And then we need an on hover. Sorry. So that's going to play the little... It's just the audio response. So if someone's over the controls, the buttons, instead of it just being... Well, you're just moving over a control, it's actually giving you a little bit of audio feedback. Feedback. Right. File save. Okay, now we need to do the close button. So we go on this one. On clicked, and then we're gonna do that. Actually, if I copy that, that, and that. Oh, you numpty. Do that, copy and pasta. So we're saying when we click it, we're doing the button click, we're hiding the box, and then we're turning those back on. And then we just need one for on hover. So controls, game guide, controls, game guide. Okay, so we have new game takes you into the game. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Okay. Right, so I'm gonna minimize that and that. So I need to create buttons and create buttons, controls, game guide in Photoshop. Adding that to the job list. Right, so new game takes you to the game. Controls shows up the controls. Game guide is just going to be it'll just be an image showing. It's going to be very simple. Search these containers. Search the containers. Find the creatures. Return them to the center of the map. Avoid the robots. And then proximity radar. So I'll do that in Photoshop and I'll make it look groovy, baby. So now we need settings. Where's that gone? Oh, there we go. Um, 1010. Text. Like I say, when I've made these in Photoshop, I'm not going to need the text, I can remove that because it will literally just be under the style. It will just be the image going in there. Sorry. I can't help myself. I've had a coffee. I'm buzzing already. Settings. Right, so the settings is where we're going to be. If I just bring up my other project. Okay. I'm actually just going to do the same as I've done in my other project. It looks quite nice. It's very simple. Display settings, audio settings. It looks quite nice. Okay, so we've got buttons, settings. So now we need a vertical. Ooh. Hold on. Ooh. Okay, I don't know if it's going to let me do this, but basically what we need a vertical box, and this is going to be settings box, center, 0.5, size to content. Now, if we've got a vertical box, will it allow me to put a horizontal box in there? Yes, it will. Perfect. Right, so before I do that, we're going to put an image in there. And we're going to call this... what have I called the other one? Settings image, okay. So we'll just call this settings image, and this settings box needs to be a variable. Is a variable. Compile, save. G to the URC. Settings box. There we go. Okay, so this image, we are going to. I don't know, just for the time being. It's going to be quite small, actually. Yeah, I think that'll do. Oh, now that's interesting. Okay. Okay, settings box. Compile, save. Oh, that would be interesting. Right, settings image, size to content. So we're going to need 2 buttons at the bottom. It's got a vertical bar, it's got that. So if I added the... I need to open up my other project. Right, so we've got apply. Apply settings and back. Okay, we're just going to add these in. Tone from the top, okay. So tone from the top. And then text. Minimize that. So this is going to be called button apply settings. Ugh. Compile, save, and then we're going to do another button in there, and this is going to be called button. Oh, hold on. Button settings back. Close. What was the one for the controls? It's just called close. Okay, close. Okay. Right, so now that we've got those two buttons in there, what we can now do is we can now put in the information on here. So we have display settings. Okay. So that's all we need button wise to basically get that up. So what I'm going to do, this is where it's going to get complicated, guys. There's going to be quite a bit of code for this. Quite a bit. So this is the complicated bit where there's a lot of code to do 4 different things where we set the graphics quality, the resolution, music volume, sound effects volume. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to get the settings button and the close button functional. Okay, so on game start, you see at the moment we've got this up. So what we need to do is we just need to go up onto the game start, and we need to get the settings box. And if I just test this, you'll see at the moment it's there. If I plug this into there, you see it's not there. Okay. Ugh. And we need to add the settings onto here. So button settings. Ugh! What happened there? So now, lovely. Okay. So it's looking nice and organised. So we're now going to do the settings for buttons. Settings button. So on clicked, we're going to play that sound. And then I'm just going to turn down the volume. My ears are sensitive at this hour. Right, we're going to set the visibility of the settings box. And then we're going to copy that. Sorry, give me one sec, guys. Right, so set the visibility of the settings box on. Turn off the main menu buttons. And then we need an on hovered. So if I click that, there we go. Okay, so we're going to get the on hovered for the button settings, on hovered. And just copy that. That's just going to give us audio feedback for when the button's hovered over. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is I am going to plug in the back button quickly, and then after we've set up the rest of the apply settings has quite a lot of stuff in there. So if I just find that, yeah, apply settings does quite a lot of stuff, and we can't put that in just yet until we've got the core stuff done. So I'm going to compile, save, and that one we're going to do on clicked. So when we click the back button, we're going to do that. We're going to spawn the sound. And then after that sound's done, we're going to set the visibility to set the visibility of that to hidden, and then we're setting those enabled. Settings close, on hovered. Nice. Okay. Right, so that handles the visibility of this, and disables the buttons on the side here. Okay. Right, so now that we've got those buttons in there and we've got the image, what we need to do is Oh, this is tricky actually. So the settings box is vertical, and at the moment all of these are sat inside it. Bugger. Thanks for the spam V, C.E.S.A.R. I appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in. We need to... So this, at the moment, all of these items are sat within this big box. But what we need is... we need the... Oh my god. We need a horizontal, but the picture needs to be... Actually, I wonder if I can drop... I don't know if it'll let me. Will it let me put it on top of the image? No. Fudge. Let's see what other boxes there are. That's a little bit of a bugger, isn't it? It's almost like I need to have a... It's almost like I need to have the settings image behind. So if I call this settings frame, so that's the frame and the two buttons. I mean, I guess if we made something called settings interactable, then that way we can have it sitting on top of that. I think that's the best way to do this, because if I just try sticking something in there, because I basically want the stuff to sit on top. Right, we'll just have to make another one. I'll call it settings sliders. So at the moment, right, so we need a vertical box. And we'll call this settings slide. We'll just call it settings sliders. Make it a variable. And then the anchor will be center. Do that. Alignment 0.5.5. Size to content. So that is a vertical what's it. So that's called settings sliders. So what I'll need to do is go up here, get the settings sliders, plug that in there. So this way, by doing it this way, I'm keeping the layout of those two buttons and the frame, but this sliders is going to sit on top. So, and I think the hierarchy, if I'm not mistaken, the lowest thing will sit on top. So that will take priority, I think. We'll be able to tell that as well once we've put it in. Right, so this is a vertical box, so now we're going to need a horizontal box. And what's going on there? Right, so we're going to have text. Like I say, guys, I'm going to be creating all of this in Photoshop. So basically this text here will basically be an image. So the image and the text will essentially be one. Right, so you have that one. Horizontal box. Actually, no, we don't. Sorry, we don't need the horizontal box. Not yet, we don't. Sorry. Drop that in there. Display settings. Now what we do is put in the horizontal box to that. This is going to be... Oh, you numpty. I don't need to change the name of that one actually. Right, so within this box, we're going to do some text. And this is going to say graphics quality. And then we're going to need 2 buttons. Oh my god. Oh, actually, no, that should work okay. Right, so we're going to add a button. Right, so this is going to be called GFX left. Oh my god, sorry guys. And then, what have we got there? Is that a slider? Oh no, it's just the text. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Oh. Setting the text. Oh, that's going to be a cheeky little bugger. Hmm. Right, so... Oh, you pillock. Hold on, what the fudge just happened there? Okay. Hold on, why is... Ah, spacer. Wasn't it a spacer? Perfect. Spacer. There we go. Da, 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 da. We want that to... Okay. Right. Almost done, guys. Well, we're almost done with putting in the buttons and the layout and making sure it's all lush. And then the next thing is to put in all the Put in all the code, and I can get this done before bed. I've done a lot of dev the past few days. Oh my god, I don't know how I do it. Mike the Machine, you could call me. Mike the Machine. Yeah. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to do another horizontal, if I can spell. And then this one is going to have text. Right. Gonna put in a slider now. Why is that so small? There we go. Okay. Appearance, slider bar. Style. I want to change that handle. I don't think that's where it was. I've had this before. Slider handle. Oh, you cheeky bugger. No, you need to be the same bloody size. Oh, you bastard. Oh, you little shit. Right, we need to get both of those to basically... It's never easy, is it, guys? Never easy. Oh, man. Oh, what a shitter. If I turn off auto, that's going to look shit if they're not in sync. That's good enough for me. Bloody hell. Right. So, now that we've got that there, all we need to do is budge that up on the Y. So if we did 50, if we did 0. There you go. $8.25. Well, that's quite interesting, isn't it? On here... It's bloody annoying, that is, because I want those two to be aligned as well. um, That is annoying. Give that. When it's functional. Sits nicely within that frame. Oh, it's pissing me off. Those buttons are just. I mean, there is a way that we could. Okay, I think what we need to do is get this all programmed. Oh, God. Actually, this isn't too complicated. Okay. We've already got the sat. Right, okay. I'm just going to jump straight into this, guys. We're going to get these buttons functional, doing what they need to do. So we'll start with the graphics now. You know what? I'm just gonna keep. We can basically. These are all gonna be. This settings one is gonna be huge. So what I'll do is I'll give them all the same colour, and then when it's done, I'll put them entirely in one massive comment box. So that's new game. This is controls. This is how to play. And then this this will be all the settings. Christ. Right, okay. So okay guys, here we go. Let's do this. So we're gonna get graphics left. On clicked. Okay, we need to create a graphics index. Okay, so we're going to get the graphics index, and we're going to have a -1, and then we're going to have a +1, and then you're going to clamp the integer. So it's going to be 0 to 4, and the same here. Okay. And then you're going to set the graphics index. And same we're now going to go to graphics right, so increase, decrease. Okay, so when we press the left button on the graphics, we're going to be getting the graphics index, subtracting 1, and then setting setting the graphics index based on that, and we're limiting it to, it can't go below 0, it can't go above 4. So that's that bit done. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Ah, got ya. Okay. Okay, so now what we're going to do is on the graphics text, we're going to do a function or a binding. And we're going to get the graphics index and we're going to switch on in. So it goes from 0 to 4, which means there's 5. Computers count 0 as 1. So it'd be 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, what the fudge? 0 is 1, 1 is 2, 2 is 3, 3 is 4, 4 is 5. That's it. So there's 5, 0, yeah. Sorry, it always catches me out. Okay. So we're going to say on 0, it's going to be low. And then for this one, it's going to be medium. This one is going to be high. Epic. Ultra. Okay, so low, medium, high, epic, and ultra. So if we now click on there, yeah, so we need to sort out those buttons buggering about there. It's annoying that. We can sort that out. The thing is getting it functional at the moment. Right, get the graphics text. That's done. Okay, so get the graphics. I'm gonna do this as the same color as well. Okay, so that's that one done. Now we'll do resolution. So this is going to be right, so now we need a res index. Okay. Right, so again, there's going to be 5. I'm given 5 options here. So if we get the res left on clicked, we've already got the sound playing, so we're gonna ooh. Set the, what is that? Variable of resolution. Okay, so we need to have a new variable called resolution. And it needs to be an int point, int point. Okay. So this is going to be the same. We've got the clamps of 0 to 4. So I can bring that here. But instead of GFX index, it's going to be res index. And that goes up there, that goes there. We get the res plus on clicked. And just bring that down. And then we're going to set res index. So that goes in there, that goes in there. And then we're gonna get the res index again. And we're gonna do a switch on int. 1, 2, remove the default. Okay. And then from that goes into there, and that goes into there. So 0 to 4. And then we're going to set the int point. We're going to split that. We're going to say on the first one, if it's 0, it's going to be 1280 by 720. So 1280, 720. Copy that. The next one is going to be 1600 by 900. Next is 1920, 1080. It's my favourite res. This one's going to be 2560 by 1440. And then that one is going to be 3840 by 2160. Compile, save. That's that one done. And then we'll do a box and copy that, paste that, same colour as that one. Just gonna check my sugars, guys, bear with me. Hope you're enjoying the stream. It's a bit of a long one, I'm feeling quite tired. But I've still got the energy to keep going. My eyes are heavy. But I've still got the energy to keep going. And once this is all, once all the code is in here, it's all gonna just work. It's gonna be functional. So tomorrow I'll create the nice UI look of the panels. For the game, and then that will polish off the main menu, and then it's just going to be pause menu, win menu, lose menu. Pardon me. Okay. Right, graphics settings, resolution settings, and then what we're going to need to do is get the res text. So I'm going to compile save. We're going to go to the designer and we're going to click on the res text, and we're going to create a binding here, and we're going to call this get res text. Okay, I'll move that along, and what we're going to do is going to get the resolution, and we're going to break in point, and then I'm going to have an append, string append, and X goes into there, Y goes into there. Ooh, need to add a pin. So this is basically a space X. No, hold on. Yeah, one space X and then one space. So there's nothing in there at the moment, so we do space X space. And then if I just do that, oh, it's not even done it. And then we drop that in there. Compile, save, and then when we play... Oh, that was weird. Why the fuck? Why does Unreal Engine do this? I'm literally in the main menu. There is nothing going on in the background. It's just a black screen with UI, and my fans are kicking in. What the fuck is that about? I don't understand. I do not understand why it does that. It's ridiculous. Right, so... where we're adjusting these, it's screwing around with the rest of the thing. So what I'm thinking is... The option we have to avoid it messing up the rest of the layout is to actually separate off. Is to separate off these options, because as you can see, it's fucking with all of that, and it looks shit. You don't want that. We can fix that. It's all good. So anyway, that is correctly displaying. So by default, it's saying 0, 0. So okay. So we're getting the res text and we're getting the graphics text. I'll go back to the event graph for the other project. So that's all done. Right. So now what we need to do is create two variables. So we're going to do the music and the sound effects now. We're almost done with the blueprint code, guys. So compile, save. On value changed slider music. On value changed. On value changed slider music. On value changed. Okay, so slider music on value changed, which is there. Oh, sorry, I need to create my variables quickly. Current volume music, and that's going to be a float. Current volume is going to be 1. So, yeah. Current volume music 1, and then I'm going to add another variable and call this current volume sound effects pile. That's also going to be 1. There we go. So on value changed slider music, we're gonna get set the current volume music to that, and then we're gonna set sound mix class override. No fade in time. That output goes into this input, and then we're gonna push sound mix modifier, and that's gonna be SCM music. This needs to be SCM music, and that needs to be SC music. Okay. So set current volume music, SC music. Right, so now we're going to put a comment box around this. And same color, because this is all to do with settings. So I'm keeping it all consistently colored. Okay. Okay, so music, music, music. Now we're going to do sound effects. So we're now going to go to slider SFX, and we're going to get a on value changed. Yeah. And we're going to set current volume SFX to that, and then we're going to set sound, oh my god, set sound mix class override. The output of that goes into the volume, no fade in time. Push sound mix modifier, and then all of this needs to be SFX, so SCM SFX, SC sound effects, SCM sound effects. That's that bit done. Now what we need to do is on the slider SFX, we're going to have an on mouse capture begin. And then we're going to spawn a sound. Spawn sound 2D. We're going to make that a bit bigger. So 110. So basically what this is going to do, this is going to, when the player's adjusting the slider, it's going to play a sound effects. So thanks for the spam view, Sensible. Really appreciate it. Alright, we're going to use the robot walk spawn sound. So 110, do that, and then what we're going to do is on mouse capture end, we drop this down here, and then we're gonna stop audio component. Plug that in there. Okay. So what that's going to do is it's going to give us audio feedback when we're adjusting the slider. So with the music, because there's going to be music already playing, we're basically whenever we adjust that slider, we're already going to hear the change. But with the sound effects, this just gives the user audio feedback of how loud the sound effects will actually be. What the fuck? How have I got a bruise on my knee? What the hell? How have I got a bruise on my kneecap? When did that happen? Okay. So we're just going to make sure these are aligned, because I've got OCD. Okay, so we're going to put this in a comment box. Same colour. Okay, so that's the sound effects done, and then okay. Next up is the oh my god, the apply button, and this is basically gonna, any change that's been done, it's going to apply it. So if we get the on-clicked button, where is it? Apply, there we go. So we're going to get a on-clicked and on-hovered. So the on-hovered is going to do that. And then on click, we're going to play that. So we play the button click sound. Right. This is going to be a long bit of code, guys. Not long, actually. So we're getting game user settings. We're gonna set overall scalability level. So set overall scalability level. And the GFX index goes into there. Next is set screen resolution. That goes into there. We'll move that along a little bit. And we're going to get our resolution in point. And that goes in there. And then from here, we're going to apply settings. Click that, and then we're going to create save game object. And then we're going to have a sequence. Oh, this is the last bit of this actually. So we're going to... Okay. We're going to set audio. So we're going to set audio music settings. And then the next one is set audio SFX settings. Right, so set from here, set audio SFX settings, current volume SFX, current volume music, so SFX, music, and then drag off of here, save game to slot. And then we go up here, user settings, copy that. Okay. I mean, what we could actually do for the... We could temporarily use that for testing the music. So event begin play, we play the music. I'll just compile and save that. Okay. So that is that part done. Just gonna check that looks the same. So sound, settings, scalability level, screen res, apply the settings, create the same create save game object. Okay, so I'm now going to give that a comment. Same color there. Right, that is a lot of stuff. Bloody hell. Oh my god. Right, so that's all of the settings there. Manual, high scores, new game. Right, so what we need to do now is on the event construct, we need to add to this. And then we just need to add in the quit button, so this won't take too long. So on event construct, we've already set the visibility of those to hidden. So then we're gonna get game user settings. We're gonna come off of there and do load settings. So target is game user settings. We're gonna get overall scalability level, and then we're gonna set the graphics index to whatever that is, and then we're gonna get screen resolution. And set the resolution to whatever that is. And then we're going to do a break in point. I'm actually going to need to make this a bit bigger. Okay. So equals so set res index. Right, so if it equals, if the resolution, X of the resolution equals 1280, if it equals 1280, then we're going to set the res index to 0. And then over here, I'm just going to plug this in quick. So does save game exist with the name user settings. Right. We're gonna copy that. That goes into there. The next check is 1600. So if that's false, it then goes into that. So if it's 1600, we set that to 1. And that goes into there. Oh, sorry. 1920. That's going to be 2. That's going to be 3. 1920, that's going to be 2560. And then we've got one more. And that's going to be 3840. Christ almighty. Setting up the main menu is such a big job. Import to UI, SFX, done that. Okay, let me just check this is correct. So break the int point 1280, 1600, 1920, 2560, 3840, 01234, 01234, yep. Right, so now I'm going to do an if after does save game exist. We're gonna load game from slot. Slot being user settings. Oh my god, I need to make this even bigger. Right, we're going to cast to BP user settings. Right, so if no save game exists, right, so if a save game doesn't exist, we're making sure that the sliders are set. Slider music, slider SFX, set the value, target is slider. Okay, the last tiny bit here. So we're actually going to copy these and paste those up there. From here, we're going to get audio music settings. And that goes into there. And then we're going to get audio SFX settings. And that goes in there. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the whole main menu coded. So I might just move that across a tad. There we go. What is going on there? Why is that going squidgy? Go square to rectangular. Okay, let me just check this logic. Right, I believe we have done all of the required code there. All we need to do is add a quit button. Now, I've added it to the job list to fix this. And I think the best way to do this is to, I've done it in a different project because it's a bit of a bastard. I know how to do it. We basically keep, I know what to do. We basically detach these two parts from the box. Replace that with a spacer so the buttons are equally spaced apart, and then we'll center these where they need to go. It's a pain in the arse, but we'll sort that out. Okay, what I'm thinking is I know we've got a font in the game, but I can actually get a font from thefonts.com and be able to just have these looking a lot better. Yeah. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. Right, sorry, 1 sec. Yeah. So, I thought I'd be done by Sunday, but we've gone into the early hours of Monday. We've got the biggest chunk of this is this main menu, because it's a beast. What was I doing? Oh, I need to add a quick button. Right, let me just save all. Have another swig of my coffee. So we're going to add a button to the main menu buttons. And we're going to call this button quit. Give it some text. I was thinking it might be easier. It might be easier if I get a font. It might just be easier to have Uh, okay. Right, so we need to get a new music thing, and then that will be done in there. So this is the level. Basically, guys, we have... Look at the size of that. I can't even zoom out. That's maximum zoom. That is literally on max zoom, and I have to go the whole... I can't fit the whole thing in the screen. But that is fully done. I'm just looking at my other project. Right. So the main menu, all of the functionality is there. So if we actually pause the stream music and simulate it, you can hear as we hover over every button. So we've just applied those settings. And there we go, guys. It's literally, it's all functional. So essentially, if we go back to the designer, I will source a font from the fonts that will be suitable for this, and then that will be used to basically handle the font on the menu. I'm not going to use the same font I did in Engine for the decals. I'm going to just keep it separate. So I'll get a suitable font. I'm going to fix this issue. I know how to do that as well. So that's all good. And then I'll just basically create a nice button for all of the different buttons that we can see. What else is there to do? So I'm going to source some music, source a font, fix the iffiness, and create the buttons in Photoshop. Yeah. So I'm just going to keep it quite simple, to be honest. And then we'll also create a backdrop. Apparently there is a way that you can get a screenshot from in Engine. We'll have a play with that tomorrow. And then that will fully wrap up the main menu, other than the controls and the game guide. So I think what I'll do tomorrow, I will be back tomorrow with another stream handling the UI. And we'll basically, what will we do? I'll probably get in the win, what is it? Win menu, lose menu, and pause menu. And that won't take long. We also need to do a credits, actually. I need to do a credits menu to give accreditation, affiliation, attribution. That's it, attribution. I got there in the end. So we need to add credits. Oh my god, I can't spell tonight. Okay, right, so I'm going to call it there, guys, because we've got the core functionality done there. We just need to add a credits menu, and then I need to credit everyone for all the sound effects. And yeah, all good. Right, big old stream that. If you enjoyed it, guys, feel free to give us a follow on Twitch to stay up to date. If you want to see any previous streams I've done, go check out my YouTube link below. I've got playlists for Unreal, Unity and Blender. And if you want to play any games I've made, feel free to check out my itch page. You can also find a link to that below. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay safe, and I will see you in the next stream.